Hello, friends. It's Thursday. How are we doing? It is. You'll understand why I'm using my Let It Snow mug in a moment. When I woke up from spring weather to snow, to like inches of snow this morning, and I went, what? What happened? How did this occur? Anyway, it's snowy here, so I decided to get like one last use of my Christmas mugs before I, won't really be able to use them anymore. I have Neva with me today. We're going to be here for 8 hours of reading and productivity. I am going to be working on Blood Over Brighthaven, which I am 10 pages from the 50% mark in needing to do an update. So in the first sprint, I will be reading those 10 pages and then doing an update on this book. And then I only have 4.5 hours to finish this. Can I do it today? It does depend on interruptions, but in theory, I'll be able to finish this today. I won't be able to talk about my thoughts about this one, friends, because this is for the Can We All Give This 5-Star project with Leandra, Kelsey, and Rainey and I, where we are trying to find a book where the 5 very different readers all agree that it is a 5-star. This is our next one. It will be on Rainey's channel in April. If you haven't seen the first one, it's on Leandra's channel. We read Ace of Spades. Obviously, the fact that we're doing a round 2 tells you we didn't all give it 5 stars. So will this one be it? Who knows? But Neva's here. What are you up to?
Well, we're back on our grind of finishing books on Thursdays. I only have 3.5 hours left of this one. So we got to finish it. It is for a KU clean out, so I'm not really going to give you a lot of my thoughts. I'll just have to go watch the KU clean out episode. But I have this one, and then I need to start. What is this book? You know the book. It has a man on the cover. That doesn't help you, does it? Quicksilver. I need to start Quicksilver.
Honestly, I was like, I do.
This is the last book that I have for this episode of KU clean out.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, I was trying to do these one episode a month. That didn't really work. That worked for 2 months, and then I was like,
fine.
No. Fine. So now they just come out when they come out. You know what I'm saying? But this is the last one for this episode because there were 4. Technically, I'll be talking about 6 books because there's 2 books that I read for a different episode. Didn't really want to read the other 2 that were in that episode, so I'm just going to talk about them in this one.
Yeah.
And I didn't read them in this one. Mm-hmm. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I'm excited for you to read Quicksilver. Honestly, I'm very excited for you to read this.
Well, and she just announced the special edition, or
they're new covers. So they're not making a second. No, you're not getting a matching of that one.
New covers or whatever. Well, that's fine. This will become a special edition now.
Exactly.
But yeah, we're getting the new covers, which means I'll have to buy 2 of each. So I have one that I read and one that I don't.
Because I don't love the new covers, but it's fine.
Here's the thing. I like the new covers better than this.
Oh no, I like that way better than the new covers.
Here's the thing. I don't like people on my covers.
That's fair. I don't like real people.
Okay.
Art.
He looks too much like an actual person.
Human? Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's fine if it's even this is borderline for me. It's okay if it's this. This is clearly a drawing.
Yeah.
This is very sci-fi drawing. Or this one where it's more of the cartoony cover.
Yeah.
But no. I'm not a fan of covers that look like you just took a composite of an actual person and then made it look fantasy.
See, I don't like the new covers because I just think they're just really plain, but it's fine.
I kind of
it's fine.
Are plain, I think.
That's fair.
But I do prefer because I guess people could argue with me that Pucking Wild and Pucking Sweet definitely has people on the cover because there is Poppy in the background. If you look in the
but that's a silhouette.
Yeah, if she's on the beach standing with the baby. Yeah. But to me, you can't see any features of that person. It's just a person standing off in the distance, so it doesn't bother me that she's a person.
That's fair.
I think the only person cover that I really like that I own is The Sinner.
I don't know what that looks like.
It's black and it's got it's got like the dude from like his torso down,
Oh, yeah.
girl on her knees with the chain. I
Mhm.
like that, but also you're only seeing the profile, like her side profile.
So it's not like a front on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're going to read this and I'm going to hope that I love this book. I want to love it.
I think you will love it. I will be really surprised if you don't. Truly. I will be very surprised.
Oh, and I also need to try to edit my Empyrean vlog. I really would like that to go up tomorrow, but I did finish Onyx Storm.
We did it. We read them all, friends.
I had 2 hours left when I got up this morning, so I was like, you know what? We can just finish it. It's fine.
Let's get it done.
And I did. So
we have read the Empyrean. We did it. If you would have asked us if that was on our 2025 bingo card, we would have told you no.
No, it was not.
But we did. We did it.
We did it. Everyone should be so proud of us.
I'm proud of us, honestly. So proud.
Of us.
Hello, Ro. Reading The Corruption of Hollis Brown. Afternoon, Fiona. Going to be using the first sprint to clean up a bit and pick up my book before relaxing in the second sprint. Love this for you. Hello to Neil, taking lunch now since there's supposed to be a delivery in the next hour and it's raining. Hello, Sammy. Hoping to read some of Painted Devils while I wait, getting ready for Holy Terrors coming out next month. April, truly, truly. The amount of books coming out in April is excessive, and I'm here for it. Hello. Good mornings to Neva. Hi, Tasha. I know. I just knock on all the wood. Just knock on all the wood. The snow won't come again. Luckily, it's like that snow, you know, when it's like really fluffy and it like sticks to the like branches really nicely and it melts quick. Like it'll be gone very fast. So it's like the pretty snow, you know? Yeah, it's been spring. We haven't had snow since February. Like this is the first like snow of March. It won't last. But I didn't think we were going to get any more, and then I looked out this morning and I was like, what is that? What is that? It was 11 degrees on Monday and then it snowed today. Like what is that? Technically, it's my last day of work today, but handed in my laptop at 10, so no work for me. New job starts in March and looking forward to a month off. Oh, in May, and looking forward to a month off. Well, I hope you enjoy your month off, and I hope you have a fantastic new job lined up and that you're really excited for it. It sounds like you are. Hi, Michelle. Writing a website for work and packing. Need to start a new audio to listen to while I pack. Randomly check things on Libby. We'll see what sticks. This is me all the time with audios. I'm just like, what do I have? Hi, Sabrina. Currently at work, sprint hopping for company. Sounds great. I moved to a new apartment with my sister since the 16th of the month. Oh, that's wonderful. I hope you're enjoying living with your sister. It's actually like fun to sometimes have like that sister connection again as adults, because as adults, we can appreciate it more than when we were teenagers and kids, if that makes sense. Snow, 40 degrees in Atlanta this morning. Brr. Yeah, I'm over it. But I figured, you know what, lean into the snowy day because it'll be gone by tomorrow, I would assume. Hi, Alex. Reading Meet Cute Diaries. I'll be reading more of Hopeless by Elsie Silver and The House on the Cerulean Sea. Reading A Girl Like Her. Hi, Kelly. We're getting a multiple day ice storm. Oh, no. No. Nobody wants an ice storm. Like, I will take snow over ice any day because snow is really not that bad unless you get like unseemly amounts of it. But ice when it falls from the sky is just not okay. Like no, I don't want that. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for me. I'm so sorry. Hello, Precious. Homeschooling this morning, then reading later this afternoon after a productive, hard task block. Have a good homeschool session. Hi, Bethany. We had a snowfall warning in effect, and it was so nice yesterday. All this back and forth with the weather is giving me bad migraines. This is the thing. My head, from the like constant up and down pressure, I'm like, my sinuses are not, and allergies and all the things are just not appreciating this at all. Not even a little bit. Nina, how are you? Want to get the new special edition of Quicksilver on pre-order with a bonus chapter. Yeah, but it's $40. Yeah, hardcovers in Canada are so expensive, honestly. So expensive. I mean, books in Canada are expensive, but especially hardcovers. Hi, Bronwyn was listening to Hunt the Stars while getting ready for work, but through the day, I'll be either reading that or Anathemia, but not having a great time with that one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I've heard great things about Hunt the Stars. I really want to read that because Leandra has really got me on to wanting to read that. Hello, we're both reading Blood Over Brighthaven. Me too. Book twins. Where are you at? You need to have it back by April 1st. You got this. You can do that. I don't know where you're at, but I have faith in you. Hi, Stacy. Heading for some grocery shopping and then maybe playing at the park since it's pretty warm. Can you send some of that warmth my way? Yesterday, it was snowing upstate New York, crazy light flurries. Ridiculous weather last week was in the 70s. It's up and down. And this happens every spring, but every spring I complain about it. I'm like, no. Hello, Nadeem. Good morning, Angela. Need to finish The Charlie Method. I'm currently reading After I Do by Taylor Jenkins Reid. And oh, you're 15 pages in. Okay. You know what? It reads really quickly. I will say, like today I did my morning vlog, which I need to post to TikTok at some point during this first sprint as well. And during my morning vlog, I read like 50 pages of this in an hour. So it reads very fast. I do have the audiobook though, so that is helping because obviously I am immersion reading because I only read fit with my eyes when absolutely necessary. That's only as needed. But we made it to the end of the comments. Look at us go. We are killing it today. And we are going to do 1 hour sprints and we're going to try and stay productive. We make no promises, but we really do try on Thursdays to stay productive. So I will see you all in an hour, friends. Happy reading. Hello, friends. We're back. I did my vlog update that I needed to do. I posted my little morning reading vlog on TikTok, and I got to page 240 of Blood Over Brighthaven. I don't have percentages today, friends, because I have the physical book and also Audible. So unless I did math, we're not going to have percentages today. We're just going to have the page number I'm currently on because she's not going to math. It's not going to happen. We're not even going to try. Neva, how'd you do?
I am 51% through, and I finished. I started by finishing filming my TBR video because I needed to get done, and I knew that if I didn't just continue with the flow, if I put the books back on the TBR card, they weren't getting taken back off. Okay, so we have that done. The clips are done. I will meld them all together tomorrow, probably. I'm gonna spend today, I think, just reading. It's very gloomy outside. It's like raining. It's really gross out. Like I don't really feel motivated to do anything. But we made 51%. So I should probably do a vlog update in the next sprint. But I might just say, so sorry, friends, I just read the rest of the book.
That's fine.
Because truthfully, like we've gotten to like, I mean, the whole book has been good. So like, I don't want it to sound like I've been enjoying this book. I told you about it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I have been enjoying this entire book, but we're finally to like where we're starting to get some answers,
which is always nice.
To the it's not a mystery, okay? It's a revenge plot. And you kind of just go through the whole book being like, okay, we know you want like revenge for your sister, but like why?
Right.
You know? And so we're finally getting some answers. Oh, I don't know. The vlog might just have to wait.
I feel like sometimes, especially with romances or thrillers, like those genres specifically, you can get away with just like doing an update at the end because there really isn't that much difference in vibe between like the 50% and the end. Do you know what I mean? Like a fantasy, you can go on a journey in that time and a lot.
Yeah.
But like with romances, if I'm not liking it 50%, I'm not going to like it at the end. And if I'm liking it at 50%, I'm probably still going to like it at the end. Like there's not really that different.
And without spoilers, like I'm not going to have anything else to tell you. Right. Like unless it's done something to me like Magnolia Parks did where I like cry, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't have anything to update, so then I feel weird being like, oh, I'm at 50%. I actually just did that with another vlog. I'm not going to tell you what vlog it is. You know what vlog it is. But I listened to the audiobook and well, I can tell you what I won't tell you who it is this time.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
One of my friends' favorite books vlogs, but I just won't tell you who it is. And the first book I have for that, very much like a 2019 contemporary romance. It was fine. But like I was like, oh, I'll come back at 50%. I got to 50%. I had nothing to say.
Nothing new to tell you. Right.
Like I was like, okay, yeah, we're following our characters. It's a divorce story and that's all. Like there was nothing more for me to say about it. But the second book that I'm reading is more of a fantasy-esque book. So I think at 50%, I'll have something to actually talk about. But I'm like, with romance, it's hard, especially contemporary or like dark romance, something that's not like historical. Sometimes if it's like romantasy or like historical romance, then you have things to talk about. But like I have nothing to talk about. Okay, we're literally just following 3 dudes and a chick. The guys are bullying her. Well, not really. She gets caught doing something she shouldn't do.
Right.
She like broke into their house. Like it's literally in the first like chapter. She breaks into their house. They catch her on camera breaking into their house, and then are like, "Well, we own you now." Well, because it's dark romance.
Right, exactly. This happened to me on Tuesday because this week I'm weekly vlogging because my patrons are doing a readathon playing like the mini version of Timmy's TBR. So obviously I'm doing that this week in all my books except for Blood Over Brighthaven, which is for the 5-star project. And I had time to work on it this week. So I'm like doing both. But I'm weekly vlogging with that just because that's what I'm doing. And on Tuesday, you saw me Tuesday because we filmed the morning show on Tuesday. And you know the state to which I was at on Tuesday. I didn't read any of the books for the vlog, and I didn't do anything except talk to you and do all the stuff. Like, I was a shell of a human. My spoons were gone.
You had no spoons on
There
Tuesday.
was nothing to update the vlog for. So like Wednesday, I was like, so sorry, you have B-roll from yesterday, but I never talked to a camera because truly there was nothing to tell you. There was nothing to say.
There were no things to be
There was nothing to be discussed.
I think that happens a lot with vlogs just in general anyway.
Yeah.
And like because the only times that I'll ever think, I mean, there was a whole day where I was doing it'll come out later this week, but I did like a switching screen time for reading time vlog.
Yes.
There is a day, I think it was either the Thursday or the Friday that I filmed.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to check in. Like, I started my timer for the day. Like, I looked to see how much time I needed to read. I went through the whole day. I read like my 4.5 hours, and then I got to like bedtime, like where I was doing my bedtime routine, and I was like, I never talked to this vlog. So I literally go into the vlog and I was like, hello friends, so sorry.
This happens.
I've already done my reading for the day, so let's just talk about what I read.
It happens. And I think sometimes, like, especially with Tuesday, like I could have come on and said, hey, today's crazy, I have no updates. Well, what's the purpose of that update? Like there was nothing to update. There was no reason. So It was just like on Wednesday, I was like, oh, this is how yesterday went because yesterday was crazy, you know? And it was. Eva saw me not in person, but through the StreamYard because we filmed the morning show on Tuesdays. And truly, I had no spoons left. None.
There were no spoons.
There were none. There were no spoons to be had for not enough spoons this week. Although I think the episode is really fun. I've already edited it. I just need to like watch it through. But Neva's already seen how I splice some of these clips together. And truly, it resulted in some fun times, honestly. Hi, Christina. It was a good time. It's gonna be a great show. You're gonna love it. You're gonna have fun. But no, and even multiple times through the episode, you can tell that like I have nothing. My brain is like the most jumbled.
I watched the little splice that you sent me and I was laughing. I was rolling. And my brother was like, oh, what's funny? Right? He's 16. So I was like, okay. So I gave him like the context for it and then I played it for him. And he was like, he looked at me and he's like, do people watch this? And I was like, if they didn't, we wouldn't be making it. And he was like, wow. And that's all he said. And I was like, you know what? You can't appreciate it because you are a literal child. So it's fine.
People watch it. And I think, but truly, I think we probably still do it even if people didn't, because like we have fun making it now at this point. Like we're having a great time.
Definitely true. Like I feel like people could be like, oh, haven't watched an episode in a week or in a year, and we'd be like, that's cool.
Like that's fine. It's so fun.
When you want to come back, you can.
you can catch up on the unhingedness that is our brains. It's fine. Rainy, how are you? Popping in from class. Nice. You're back. Decided against the park because it's a little chilly. Sometimes that's the thing. It can look like bright, beautiful sun outside, but then you go outside and the wind is like stabby cold. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this always throws off my child too, because he'll see the sun and he's like, oh, we can go play outside. And I'm like, dude, it's -12. Like, no, we can't.
That's how Ari is too. Like it was really hard during like really bright winter days because she'd be like, but the sun's out. And I'm like, okay, go walk. And I'd be like, go walk outside on the porch. And she'd go outside and she'd be like, oh, it's really cold.
Yes. It's really cold. I started watching Gavin's new video. I with Gavin's videos, I tend to like chip away at them because they are long.
I have to watch them in segments.
Yes. Although truly, I do that with most videos, not just Gavin's, because I usually only have about 10 to 15 minutes. So if your video is more than 10 to 15 minutes, I'm probably watching it in bits.
So I can do depending on the day, like especially if I choose to do YouTube at the time that I would usually do TV.
Yes.
Then I can do about an hour. But here's the thing. I don't have my ADHD will not allow me to listen to one thing for longer than an hour unless it's an audiobook. And that's only because with like an audiobook, because even podcasts, I have this issue with an audiobook. for the most part, you know, I speed them up. They're faster pace, and like it's one cohesive story. But
Yes.
if I'm sitting here like watching videos or something, because even with like TV shows, I can only watch 2 or 3 episodes of a TV show before.
I can binge a TV show, but I need to have something to do while I'm doing
Right.
it. Like my hands need to be busy.
And the TV show has to have me like gripped. If it's especially if it's a new TV
Yes.
show, because
Mhm.
I find that like my weekly shows, I'm watching 2 or 3 weekly shows every week,
Mhm.
but and sometimes multiple in a day, right? That I'm catching up on like at night. But it's one episode of each show. So then I'm like, oh, okay, I'm good on TV for today. But that's why like when I tend to binge shows, they're either like brand new shows I've never seen before that
Yep.
I'm just like so sucked in that I can't stop, or they're comfort shows. And then there's just no, I mean, I'm gonna binge it anyway
Well, and
because
with a comfort show, I don't even have to pay as much
I'm not
attention
paying
because
attention to it
I've
anymore.
seen enough of it. Like I'm rewatching episodes I've already watched. So like
Right.
I know what it is. It happened to you on Tuesday. You broke into some dude's house and he kidnapped you. Wow, were you such a what?
It's because
I'm sorry.
it's
What?
because okay,
I literally, for a second, I was like, where are we going with this
yeah,
conversation?
the segue into this was weird because I had said that homegirl broke. I had said that CV in my book had broken into the
Oh,
guy's house, and she was like, and
yes.
I was talking about like, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna update, and then you were like, oh yeah, this happened to me on Tuesday. I
I
never
got
checked
you.
in.
I was saying other different things were happening to you.
Jess is
I
being.
love you, Jess.
Yeah,
I was like, what? Although truly, with how Tuesday went, like honestly, that made me show up to no to not enough spoons in the state to which I arrived.
Listen, if Brittany had shown up to record and had been like, "Hey,
We're
got caught breaking into someone's house, and him and and 2 of his friends kidnapped me," I'd be like, "Wow, Brittany, that explains so much." But also, what's going on?
that explains so much. Tuesday was truly it was a day,
Oh,
friends. It was a day. Um literally, this was me on
literally.
Tuesday. I was so done. My brain was done, but it actually the thing is because Neva and we say this a lot, we're no spoon friends. That like we can just like show up and have like just the conversation will still flow even if one of us is completely like
It
out of
might not make sense to anyone but us. Because I remember Brittany even said, like, when we were done, she's like, if this episode doesn't make any sense, she's like, we'll just skip it and we'll just record next week. And I was like, okay. Because here's the thing is like,
was
as no
this probably
spoons,
the most edited episode of Not Enough Spoons we've ever done.
but it's fine. Like,
'Cause
as no
I
spoons
had to do
friends,
some I had to fix stuff.
we can just talk to each other. And it might not even make sense to people that are in like, oh, like overhear us.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of times where Brittany and I have been having like Voxer conversations and I don't have headphones in, and my brother is like, "What are y'all even talking about?" And I'll be like, "You know what? If you don't understand, I can't explain it to you.
This happens so much with
I'm so sorry."
I'll do the same thing and like mom's upstairs or something visiting and I'll be like, oh, I just need to listen to Neva's Vox. And she's like, what are you two talking about? And I'm like, it's too hard to explain. Like
I
if
can't
you
even
don't
tell
have
you.
enough backstory. Like it would take me an hour to explain to you what we're talking about. It's just it can't. Um Bethany, you're doing all the work. I'm so sorry. You know, adulting. Unfortunately, we have to do it. But on your commute home from the office, with a stop at the pharmacy for your daughter and at the store to get some food for your sick cat. Oh no, sick kitty. True. To be honest, I kind of wish my life was this. Not really, but you know, we're in our dark Oz life over here, and truly, you know,
Truthfully, here's the thing. I actually like the characters in this book. So I mean, I might break into a frat house in order for them to kidnap me. You know what I'm saying?
sure.
But I definitely break into someone's house if we got the men from Dark Oz. I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, if I could
I
break
mean,
into crows, I would break into crows in a
I
heartbeat.
mean,
I'd be like,
one
done.
of them kind of annoys the crap out of me, but like I'd probably just deal with it for the experience.
Which you're talking Nick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's just stupid.
There was so many times during the second book where I was
Like,
just time going to pop Nick upside the head.
he just is really dumb. But like I understand he has trauma. Like I get it. But he's just really dumb. That's all.
Agreed. With that, we are at the end of the comments. So I'm just going to say, hello, Patricia. How are you? And we are going to jump into our next sprint. And Vanessa is going to use this time to go to the gym. Good job, Vanessa. I wish I had your motivation. Can you send it to me, please? Thank you so much. I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting, everyone. I literally had like 3 sentences left on that chapter, and I was like, they won't mind waiting for 3 sentences. Nobody will mind. People will understand. We're all readers here. We all get it.
Yeah, I had to finish my page, so.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I thought I was going to make it, and then I realized I need like milliseconds more. Anyway, I finished that chapter, which was chapter 16. So I'm now, not all the pages have chapter numbers, like the chapter end pages and start don't. So like, it's like I'm on chapter, I don't know, 282. And I also filled the dishwasher and got that started running because it needed to be done very badly. That was a necessary task for that sprint. So that's pretty much all I did though during that sprint. So how'd you do?
I am like, I have 4 minutes left of chapter 27. I'm still sitting at like 3 hours because my brother came up here and he needed to like talk to me about something.
As we, we both understand the distractions happen. The distractions happen in our homes.
Like, you would think that because my kid is not home, because it's only 12:30, that people would leave me alone. Absolutely not. The adults in this house need me as much as the 7-year-old.
This is me too.
I swear to God. Like, I swear I'll be like, oh, a whole day to read. No. Ari's not at home. It'll be great. And then I have the 22-year-old or the 23-year-old coming upstairs be like, hey. And I'm like, what could you possibly need? You are a full adult, bruh.
Yes and no. Like, I realize that 20-year-olds are full adult, but like young 20-year-olds, they are adults, but it's not like a full.
It's also, I think it's also the fact of like, okay, so there's a lot of parentification that happens.
Yes, you have been a parent for him.
So to them, I am mom. Because I saw somebody, Atia said, and Neva the matriarch at the bottom. And that is like truly, yeah. Like, I ask my 16-year-old brother all the time, I'm like, are y'all siblings or are you niece and nephew? And he'll be like, we're both. You're basically my mom. So like, he's not wrong. But it's also like a thing of like, I'm like, oh, sometimes I get in this headspace of like, oh, well, I'm just their sister. And then they need me for like mom things. And I'm like, oh no.
Yes.
No.
But I feel this as the oldest daughter. Like, I feel like this is a very, like, not maybe to that extent, but like I feel like it's a very relatable thing for oldest.
And it very much is like an oldest daughter thing, especially since our mom is dead. However, even before she was like, for me, I think I chalk it up to like, oh, it's just like older, like I'm the oldest sister, like it is what it is. Except that it was like that even before. So like she was like alive and well, and these children would still come to me.
They're still like, Neva.
So like it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel like I don't know. I feel like there should be some kind of like restitution for this. No, I don't know.
And we've discussed this. I feel like we even may have discussed it on the morning show fairly recently. Is that like the amount of times that I am interrupted through the course of any day is truly like, but I'm just so used to it.
Right.
Like, it's fine. This is just how life is, and it's just the season of life we are in, and it's totally fine, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's totally fine. But when people are like, oh, like when I do like my morning vlogs where I'm doing that 1 hour of reading, that takes more than an hour. I'll tell you right now, unless I get up earlier, unless I get up before everybody is awake, which some mornings I will do it that way, then no. But no.
I think it's crazy that okay, so to me, it's crazy. People, I think, so there are so many booktubers that do not have children.
A lot.
There are a lot that do. Okay. Yes. But I would venture to guess that at least most of the booktubers I watch do not have children.
Yeah.
So, and it's a different vibe when you don't have kids. Because someone will say to me, totally it must be so nice. Okay, I do YouTube as a job.
Right.
I don't get paid very much, but I currently right now I'm staying at home
But
because
you are a stay-at-home mom.
I need
That is your main job.
that is just the way that my life is working. I am going to have to find something else, but I'm looking for something that's at home because me working outside the home does not work for the rest of the people in my home. Okay. So someone said to me a couple weeks ago, they were like, "Oh, it must be so nice to be able to sit at home and read for 8 hours a day." And
No.
like I had to think about how to like talk to this person because and the first thing I asked him was, "Do you have children?" And they said to me that they did have children, which is why they said what they said. And they worked like outside the home. And I said, "Do you think that I don't have children?"
Yes.
And they said, "Well, I would assume that you don't have children." And I said, "Well,
You're
you
like,
would
no,
assume
that is
incorrectly because
incorrect.
not only do I have a 7-year-old, but I also have a 16-year-old and a 23-year-old who I take care of for all
That
intents and purposes."
you are taken care of. Yes.
And the 16-year-old and the 24-year-old sometimes need me more than the 7-year-old,
Oh, truly. Truly.
which is crazy.
Well, it's just every child is different and the
Right.
needs are different. Like the
They
interruptions,
are.
what the
And
interruption is different.
all of these children are
Right.
neurodivergent. So they all have different
Needs
needs for their
different. Yes.
neurodivergencies.
Yes.
So I'm like, so you see that I'm making like a vlog over a weekend and you assume that all I've done is sit here and read, but actually all you've seen is the reading parts.
This
But
is why
I've
I have
also
such a hard time with weekend vlogs and you don't see me do them very often is
yeah.
because I actually don't get much done on the weekends for BookTube. It's more like lifestyle, family stuff, which I'm not a lifestyle channel. So to read enough on the weekends to make a reading vlog is almost impossible. Like
And that's the thing is like this weekend I'm doing one because I have 24-hour sprints. So
right.
everyone is aware that I have 24-hour sprints, but that is the only time it works for me to do a weekend vlog where I actually feel like it's got enough content to upload cuz sometimes I will just turn my camera on just to motivate myself to read.
Yes.
I do that a lot. But I won't actually have any content to give you. Like there's nothing for me to give you. And 24-hour sprints weekends, I have enough content because I'm doing something over the weekend. So everyone in my house, I'm like, hey, I have 24-hour sprints. This is what's happening. So I have the content to make it.
Yep.
But on a normal weekend,
No.
I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like on a normal weekend, I'm lucky to listen to an audiobook. A lot of my weekend is consumed with like playing games on my Switch. Like I play a lot of like Wildflowers or Good Pizza, Great Pizza or Good Coffee, Great Coffee because those are games that I can play and kind of set down periodically.
Yes.
But to listen to an audiobook when everyone in my house is home,
truly a struggle.
I'm like literally if I'm going to do audiobook time, I need to do it before the kids get home from school during the week. Because as soon as they get home, I'm interrupted every 10 minutes. And I'm like, well, what is even the point of me listening to this? I don't know what's happening.
You know, I understand because it's true. It's truly.
But I think that because so many people on BookTube do not have children.
But I feel like our people, like I'm sure when I get to the comments of what's coming in as we're talking, like people get because I know a lot of the people who watch us are parents.
Or at least understand our dynamic of our parenting.
100%.
Because it's and I feel like a lot of times for me anyway, it's people that have just found my channel that are like, oh, must be so nice to be able to just sit and read. And I'm like, if only you saw my to-do list that doesn't get done every day.
Truly. Oh, the list. Neva and I have gotten into this is something new Neva and I have started is every morning we'll send a Voxer of like our intention for the day of like, this is what we intend to get done today.
And
at the end of the day, we do an update of what actually got done. Just as like it's a nice way. It's accountability, but it's also just like a nice way to like check in with each other to make sure that we check in with each other every day. And sometimes we don't get it done, but most of the time, not we never get the list done. I mean, sometimes we forget to update each other, but
But also, like, it's just like a way to just touch base and be like, hey, I made it through another day.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing accomplished. Like, there was a day last week where my chronic pain was so bad. I literally just sat in this chair and listened to an audiobook and played my game the entire day.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave Brittany this long list of things. Oh, I need to edit this. I need to record this. I need to do this. We got to the end of the day. It's like 6 p.m. And I was like, I've had a chronic pain flare up all day.
Yeah.
So I've done nothing but play. I've now logged 45 hours on
Mhm.
Wildflowers. And she's like, that's okay.
Yes.
Honestly, I do like being a stay-at-home mom. It's a little stressful. I do have to remind myself to leave the house.
That, and also I think you just have to remember that, like, yes, this is a plan for the day, but at the end of the day, my job is to parent. So whatever that entails, which is inevitably not a planned thing, because things constantly
Right.
with children are
Things
just
go awry.
they just pop up, and you can't really have like a set plan with kids, because that doesn't work.
We are also, this is like a very, I think our dynamic for parenting, yeah. I think Brittany's and my dynamic for parenting is also very unique because we are single stay-at-home moms.
We are.
And this only works for us because of the way that our lifestyles work. Like, it would not work for me to be a single stay-at-home mom if I did not have other people in my house.
Yeah.
Because I still have to log in hours through YouTube in order to make even the little bit of money that I make.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have to be working during the day. So like the kids still know, like, hey, I work from this time to this time.
Hours that we have to work.
Yeah. I'm sorry. But I also have to remind myself, like, hey, it's okay to like leave the house and like go work at a coffee shop or go work at the library for a few hours while the kids are at school.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, if we didn't have other income that came into our house outside of me, then me being a single stay-at-home mom would not work. Like, if it was just me and Ari, I would have to be like making family vlogger channel amounts of money on YouTube,
right? Which we are not. And I think, and I think people, and even all the comments like I'm seeing, is everyone's got kind of a similar setup. Not even if you don't have kids, but maybe you live with your parents, because the economy is the way that it is, that a lot of people are choosing to live more communally now, or with, a bunch of roommates or whatever. Like, people understand that, like, not everyone's house is like perfectly silent and aesthetic all the time, because that's not realistic, friends.
And here's the thing is, like, we have a roommate right now. She will move out at the end of the summer. So when she moves out at the end of the summer, then I will have a larger room. Right now, me and Ari share a room, which is fine. I'm not mad about it, but it's just too small for me to record in there if she's home. Once we have a larger room, I can actually have like a corner of the room that I can set things up. So even if I'm not recording when she's home, I still have space to edit. I still have space that is like my own area to do things that won't require everything to be very quiet.
That's why I've been redoing my room, because you've been around with the process of me like redoing my room so that there's a place where I can work, a place where I can like have all my stuff. Because again, the rest of the house is for everybody. So I needed a place where like I could like work that was upstairs, not just down here in this corner. But like, if you've ever seen this room, it looks like I have the whole basement. No, this is a tiny corner of the basement.
It's a corner.
All the children's stuff is it like you can
and that's
play room. It's just a corner of it.
And once we move into a bigger room, it's going to be like beds on one side with like the TV and Ari stuff, and then there's going to be a corner that has like a desk and a nice like reading chair.
Exactly.
Like
that's
going to be
where it. Neva knows this, every night. Every time we end, I start getting set up for Bones, so I have to like walk the laptop through the basement.
Yeah,
and you're like, oh no, you are really just in the corner of the playroom. I'm like,
really, all we need is a corner. You know what I'm saying? Because as long as that corner is quiet, at least for a little while, long enough for me to film some videos.
Exactly.
It's fine.
It's fine. Good. We I think we will just let that timer take us into our next sprint though. And yeah, get back to reading and productivity. I'll see you in an hour, friends. Hello, friends. I do apologize that I had to make that timer a little bit longer. I had to run up and do something really quickly, and I do apologize for that. But I know you all are understanding and fabulous and understand that things just happen. During that sprint, before I had to make it longer and go upstairs, I filmed a TikTok. Yes. I'm trying here, friends. And I got to page 317, which puts me exactly 100 pages from the end of this book because it goes to page 417. So I feel like I'm definitely going to finish this today. Like, remember how I wasn't sure? I feel more sure because we are only halfway through. We're actually not even halfway through. We still have 10 minutes before we hit the halfway point. And I only have 100 pages left. Now, again, distractions, dinner, things will need to happen during that time. But I feel like it's possible, you know? Neva, how'd you do?
Actually, I didn't even know you added time to the timer, but it made it so that I got back right. Like I came upstairs and sat down as the timer went off.
Well, it's kind of funny because I saw that you said you were like, I might miss some of the chatty bit. And I was like, actually, I probably made it so that we are now perfectly succinct. So
yeah. So I did read some because I took my Kindle with me, but my brother child needed me to go with him to the eyeglasses store.
Mm-hmm.
To pick up him and my other brother's eyeglasses. So he wanted someone to ride with him. So I was like, sure. So I made it to 60% of this book and we're still vibing. We're still loving it over here.
We're going to get these books done, Neva. We've got this.
I do still have 3 hours left of this book.
Well, so do I.
But I think I'll get it done. Honestly, I think I'll get it done because here's the thing. These chapters range from 20 minutes, anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes, but they read so quickly
exactly
that it doesn't really bother me that there's longer. And
we've been keeping pretty productive today, as we do typically on Thursdays. Thursdays we usually stay productive, so we should get at least 3 more sprints in. So you should,
I would say, yeah. So I should be able to finish this today. And honestly, I'm vibing. It feels, I don't know if it'll be a 6-star necessarily, but yeah. I definitely will. It'll really depend on how the rest of the book goes and how it ends.
Nice.
But I will probably continue the series, which is just great because that's what I needed on my fucking list, is another damn series. And spoiler, I won't tell you what book it is. Well, actually, but I won't say to the internet what book it is.
I love this is just all the we talk. So I've said this to Neva even today because we filmed again. Tuesday was a time, and the filming of the morning show was a time. So as soon as we were done filming the morning show, because we had pushed it back to later in the day, and I was like, I have to go. So when Neva popped on, I was like, I'm so glad we get to talk with our faces today because I feel like we haven't in a while. Acting like I haven't spoken to you for hours. Our selective amount of talking, it's hours per day. I acted like I haven't spoken to you earlier today.
It's because it's different when we see faces.
So when you're like, Brittany knows this, I'm like, Brittany, we talk all day, every day. If I don't know something, and vice versa, you don't know something, I don't know why we haven't shared that something with the other person. It's not possible.
And the times where I'll be like, well, you know this, and you'll be like, no, I don't. And then I'll tell you what it is, and you'll be like, no, you never told me that. And I'll be like, how did I not tell you that? Oh,
well, how did that not go into one of the 700 messages that we send to each other every single day?
Right. But my TBR game, one of the prompts that it gave me was to start a series. I have 85 series. You couldn't have given me continue a series, finish a series.
Why don't you just start a small series, a new series, a book that Quicksilver, where the next book's not out yet. But technically you're starting a series.
Yeah, I would have done that if I thought of it. But here's the thing. I do have a series on my thing. You and I think we talked about it during the morning show this week. Because it is by an author that you've tried before, but you didn't like the series by her that you tried. And I think you might like this one because this one is more of a contemporary feel instead of dark romance retelling.
Yes, we did
Okay.
talk about this.
So here's the thing. Here's how I justified this to myself. They're not all traditionally published. So I can't, so I don't, there's no way for me to buy all of the current covers that I have right now.
Yes.
I only have the first one and I could go get the second one. But I was like, okay, technically, I'm going to say that this is not a completed series. Plus, I already really I cheated already in this month.
But we make the rules. There are
I
games.
know. And I
people
cheated and I said, it's my game, but I cheated by taking, I needed a book that was over 600 pages.
Okay.
I have nothing on. I looked through so many fantasy books. Nothing that I currently want to read or that I currently can read. Because I have some that are part of series that are 600 pages, but I can't read those until I read the rest. So what I did, because I have the audio now for Powerless.
Yes.
Lauren Roberts.
Yes. The Lauren Roberts ones.
But I want to do that as a tandem read. If you take Powerless and Powerful and you put their page count together.
That counts. That totally counts. I love this.
So I was like, I know technically this is 2 books and it will be counted in Storygraph as 2 books that I read. I said, but if they were 1 volume, it would be over 600 pages.
I count that. Also, I love this next comment. Sammy, I don't know what I did in that sprint. And truly, okay. Sammy, this is me often on sprints. Unless I'm actually on the sprint and I have to come back and say what I did. I'm like,
that'd be happening. If I'm just watching sprints, here's the thing. There was one day that I lost 6 hours playing Wildflowers. And here's the thing. I lost 6 hours playing Wildflowers. And I was like, oh, I can listen to an audiobook while I do. I never clicked play on the audiobook.
Literally, it's fine. It's fine. Also, hello, welcome. I'm so glad this is your first time here. Welcome.
Hello.
I hope you enjoy whatever happens on these sprints. But we do keep the productivity up, but the chats could be, who knows?
We love new friends.
We do. We love having new friends. Welcome. Switch laundry. This is your reminder, friends. If you've forgotten that you started laundry and need to move it to the newest, thing.
Yeah.
Now's the time. Chapter 17. 5 pages left in your book. Jen, mute us.
I do think the laundry is going to be a tomorrow issue or a later tonight issue.
That's fair. I
don't have audio for Breaks the Girl. I had to buy, if I wanted audio, I had to get off. And I'm really I still have Audible for the catalog, but I'm really trying to get away from it. So I've really been just buying books off Libro FM.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if I can't find them on Libro FM or through the library apps that I have,
then you just physically read them, which is fine.
It's just not worth it to me to have the audiobook.
That's totally fair. Join late but managed 15 pages. Amazing. Time to go get the little ones. Have a safe drive, Alicia. Got through my budgeting and shall return in a bit. Sounds good. I feel like Alicia is one of the ones that's here every Thursday, and we appreciate those that are here every single Thursday. We also appreciate that some people work and pop in as necessary.
She's usually on my sprints on Mondays also.
But I feel like the people that are here all the time, I know their schedules because I'm like, oh, yep, going to get this kids at school.
Alicia got to get kids. Yeah, Alicia usually joins my sprints while she's still at work, and then she's with me through the whole time. So I just see the cacophony of her day.
Right. We just live their entire days with them. And I love that for us. I love that we get to know you in that way, friends. Really, we do. Read 30 pages, edited a video, exporting it now, working on a thumbnail. That's amazing. That's a lot in one sprint. 45% of my audiobook. This was last night. I had to make a thumbnail for an announcement video, friends. There's an announcement video that's premiering on my channel on Sunday. I'm doing a premiere. Y'all. Are you excited? Be excited.
Do I know about this?
You 100% know about this.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay, I believe you.
Hold on. I'm going to put it in the private chat.
I was about to be like, wait.
There's nothing I can say that won't give something away.
Right. That's fair.
There.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know about that. Yeah. I'm so excited for it too. I'm so excited.
Yeah. So I was trying to make a thumbnail last night, and truly I was struggling with the thumbnail because my patrons were getting early access, and I like to make the thumbnail for them to see the thumbnail at the same time.
Right.
Mostly because Discord, I find. If I use like this thumbnail is under construction and just use like a temporary thumbnail, even when the video's live and you drop it, the link in Discord, it puts the
old one.
It embeds the old one.
Yeah,
So
it embeds the original thumbnail.
And I'm like, well, I can't have that because that's just like not a real thumbnail. It's just a placeholder for having the video for early access. So I've stopped doing that. I've just been like forcing myself to have the thumbnail done early as well, which is fine. But like last night, I kind of knew what I wanted it to look like. But like when you do your thumbnail photo shoot of like, these are all the different thumbnail expressions that I could make for this video, I
don't put my face on thumbnails.
I was struggling, friends.
I know that they do better if you do, but I just don't have
struggling
like any kind of aesthetic way to do it. But I mean, you saw me trying to make a thumbnail last night.
Yes, it's hard. Thumbnails are hard, and I
want I want themed thumbnails for each of my little projects that I'm doing.
Yes,
but I need them to fit the theme of the I need the thumbnail to fit the theme. I don't want it to just be like, I'm kind of sick of just like looking at my static photo and then like books on the side. You know what I'm saying? Like I want it to be like themed for what it is.
Yeah.
But
yeah. It's hard. And I was really struggling to be honest.
I was having honestly, I do have a fun project coming to my channel that will hopefully help with this.
Oh, yes.
Because here's the thing, I'm just like on a clean out kick, right? Like I have limited clean out, and then I have a couple of other ones that are coming very soon that are like clean out style videos, just because they're projects, just because like things need to be cleaned out.
Yep.
And the only way I'm gonna keep myself accountable is to film it. I'm just gonna be real. truly, this is a thing. Otherwise, I have proven to myself that if I don't film the thing that I'm trying to stick accountable to, it just sits on my shelf. And I'm like, that's a tomorrow problem.
This is so accurate. It's such
and then I have 500 arcs that I haven't read. So.
The arc situation is a thing. You think like although I'm in the middle of one right now for this week's vlog, so that's good. I'm getting an arc done. Go me.
Yay.
Does that help with the backlog of arcs that I have? No. And what I'm trying to do is just keep up on my new arcs. I'm like, okay, let's not get more behind. Let's really try and keep up on my 2025 arcs and then slowly pick away at the backlog, Which is basically what I'm doing. So I actually do need to check and see what arcs I have that are coming out in April and May, because I know you and I are doing a buddy read for an arc that you and I have that comes out in like I forgot about, but yes,
June or July. So I figured what I would do is I would be like, hey, when do you want to do this? Like I would talk to you about it like in May, because I think it comes out in June.
It comes out in June 3rd.
So if we pick a time in May,
do it in May.
It won't. I don't think it'll take long to read.
No, none of those books take long.
Yeah.
We can say what arc it is. It's not a secret. It's worth fighting for. It's the 5th book in the meant to be retelling.
Do I need to read the rest of the series first?
No.
They're all just like actual standalones, right?
They are standalones and written by different authors. So there isn't
like a collection.
Correct. There is nothing that connects them in any way, shape, or form other than that Disney owns the rights to them and is giving these authors the rights to that story, because they are retellings of, I will say, they are
Disney versions,
Disney movies.
Right.
They are not retellings of the original fairy
tale. Which I knew that.
Retelling of the Disney movie.
Which I knew that because, first of all of the titles only make sense with the Disney movies.
Correct. They do. Yeah.
But it also has the Disney stamp on the front.
They do.
And I have a couple
very reminiscent of the movies.
Yeah, I have a couple of them from the library that I do want to read them, because like they are written by authors that I like Christina Lauren and stuff like that. But I didn't know if I needed to, like, if they were in any way like connected or if they were just a collection of books.
You will not see characters from the other books. There's not even Easter eggs. Like, there's Easter eggs toward the movies, but there's not Easter eggs.
Easter eggs to each book.
Correct.
It's not like Emily McIntyre's Never After series where she like
Correct.
gave us an Easter egg to what the next book in the series was going to be.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
So but I'm trying to keep up with the arcs that I have. I've not been good at it, but I'm trying to keep up with the arcs that I have, but then doing the arcs series that I'm doing in the background because though all of the ones that are on my wheel for that are in fact backlist arcs. Some of them are from 2023. I'm just going to be real.
Yeah. Oh, some of mine are definitely that old. I think I'm going to eventually do like a arc read it or delete it, but I am currently in the middle of filming 2 read it or delete it episodes, so it will be after
Fair.
after
And currently I'm just filming Kindle Unlimited or KU Clean Out, and then I'm doing the arc one that I haven't officially you know what it's called because you helped me come up with a name for it. But I want to have like cutie names that are like my own thing.
Yeah, it's fun.
So I'm like, oh, KU Clean Out, that works. I need to come up with one for a series. I don't know what to call it.
For reading series? Okay, let me
Yeah.
mull that over and I'll get back to you.
Okay.
We'll both mull it over.
Also, I'm gonna send you a voucher in this next sprint because I have 2 different series things that I'm doing, but I already have a name for one of them.
Okay, send me a Voxer and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
With that though, I think we will get into our next sprint because I really want to finish this book. And I will see you in an hour. Happy reading, friends. Hello, friends. I got to page 354 of Blood Over Brighthaven. I feel like I'm just very close to the end of this book, and as with all fantasy novels, the end of a book has a lot happening in it. The last 100 pages, lots happening in a fantasy book. So you just gotta strap in, be ready. Neva, how'd it go for you?
I made it to 70%.
Nice.
I might have cried once. It's fine.
Fair.
There's just a lot going on in this book, You would hate this book. So if I ever find out that you tried to pick this up, I'm going to be like, Brittany.
I know it's a bully romance.
This is not the book for you, bro. This is not, I love you so much. I know that you love yourself some hockey, which there's actually really not very much hockey in this book. I'll be honest. They talk about hockey a lot, and when we're in the guys' perspectives, because we do get everybody's POVs in this, so it's the 3 guys and then her POV, but hers is the most, and she doesn't really do much in the hockey world.
That makes sense.
So her thing is she works at a roller skating rink, so we get a lot of that, which I think feeds enough of the hockeyness for me. Because the guys talk about their experience in hockey and stuff like that, but there's just not a lot of on page. It's not like Icebreaker where we have a lot of on page hockey.
I don't need a ton of on page hockey. I just need enough hockey content to make it a hockey romance. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I need to be convinced that these people are these men are hockey players, and not just that they talk about being hockey players. And there's enough chatter and lingo in this book that they'd have to be hockey players to understand what's going on.
Yep.
And so I'm okay, I don't see you play hockey, but I don't really need to.
No, same.
Really, the only one that I really felt I needed to see them playing hockey was in Pucking Around and Pucking Sweet, because I think even if we'd gotten less, we didn't. But even if we got less hockey and Pucking Wild, I would have been okay with it, because the female main character in that is not directly involved with hockey.
Yep.
But it wouldn't have made sense for us to have Pucking Around, where our female main character is the team doctor, and then Pucking Sweet, where she's the team PR manager, and then not see any hockey. I would have been like, what is this?
This doesn't make sense. This does not compute. There, with sports romances, there is a perfect amount where you can go, you can give me too much, or you can
definitely give me too much.
There's a fine line there, I think, truly.
But if all you tell me is this man plays hockey, and then I never actually see him with a hockey stick, or saying okay, at least give me I'm gonna go play a scrimmage game, babe, or something.
That's all I need. I go to a practice or two,
that's tell me required. That he plays hockey and make me believe it.
Totally.
Because I won't believe it.
Completely. Hello, Courtney. How are you? Lexi's also here. I hope your walk is going well if you're still on it. I hope it went well if you're back. Reading Misery. Nice. Hello, Millie. How are you? Just started Goddess of the River. Sarah is also here reading an arc of the plot twist by Eleanor Gomer. I haven't heard of this.
I haven't heard either.
But it's nice to see you getting to arcs. We were just talking about this right before the sprint that we need to do better at this. So we feel you. I'm off in 25 minutes, and I'm just hoping that I can get home before the snow starts, crossing all my fingers and toes for you. And I'm so glad that you're almost off. That's nice that your day is almost over.
Right.
Got to chapter 20, started the berry pickers. Hello to Neil. I am I can't really say what's happening in this book, obviously, because everything at this point is spoilers. But I'm on chapter 20. I think I'm in the middle of it. Yeah, about that. About the middle. Closer to the end than the middle, but not really close to the end, if that makes sense. Got to page 262. 43 pages, read of Sky Shade, and I feel like this book is going to break me. Oh my goodness. On a supper break before I go to the community center. Not sure if I'll have time to read. I hope you have fun at the community center tonight. Got to page 340. My book is, where's the dust jacket? Blood Over Brighthaven by ML Wong. I am reading this for the 5-star project with Rainey, Kelsey, and Leandra, where we are all reading the same book to see if we can give it 5 stars.
What? I'm not. Listen, I commend y'all on doing this, but like, what an interesting group of people to try to.
Well, that's why we did it. Was because honestly, what book is that going to be? It's hard. It's hard to pick a book, honestly, that like all of us will even agree to read. Like that.
Wait, so who didn't like Ace of Spades?
I was the only one who gave it 5 stars.
Disappointing. Dishonor on.
Well, don't yell at me. I gave it 5 stars.
Leandra. Dishonor on Rainey. I'm just playing.
Nobody disliked it though. It was like all 4.5s, 5s. Like it was all well rated.
I'll let it go then.
Yeah, it was all well rated. Yeah.
I won't hold a grudge.
Now we're doing Blood Over Brighthaven. And then we'll decide if this one doesn't work, whether what book we'll do next if we don't. But I honestly don't know because we're not like talking to each other as we go. Like we're not telling each other our thoughts. The most I've done is I'm like, I want to tell you things. I want to talk to them, but like we're not telling each other things. So we're just kind of waiting. The day is flying and I'm buckling down for some boring training. Oh no. Got to like 39% of Quicksilver. It's going. Are you not liking it? I feel like if you're not liking it by 39%, you're probably not going to like it. The beginning was rough for me, but not that far, not that much of the beginning. And by rough, I just meant like I liked the fantasy and I liked the world building, but the romance took a second for me to warm up to it. But that's not weird for me in a fantasy romance. So, just got back from picking up the kiddos and getting snacks and then continuing my spinner wheel tasks. Put my son to bed and we read a few chapters of the Dutch middle grade series Game Heroes. Hi, Kisa. How are you? Visited a silent book club today. I've seen these on Instagram and TikTok and all the places. And honestly, I want this in my life. Like just a silent reading party. That sounds fun to me. I have not read Sword of Kaigen. I have no plans to read Sword of Kaigen.
I own this book.
For multiple reasons. I don't think it's necessarily my vibe from what I know about it. Secondly, I know it was always meant to be a series and then the author decided not to continue. So I feel like I don't want to read a book that is not finished and has no.
Oh, and I don't read this.
I don't know how much of this, how open-ended it ends. Like, I'm not sure, but immediately that doesn't make me.
But I feel, I didn't know that it was supposed to, I thought it was a standalone.
No. Well, it is now, but it wasn't.
If it was meant to be a series, I feel like there's going to be at least enough open-endedness that's going to piss me off.
It's one of the many reasons I have not picked it up. Where we went in knowing this was a standalone novel. So this was always meant to finish in the pages of this book. But also I just don't know if it's because it might, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Sword of Kaigen leads more to like war fantasy than which is not necessarily, which is why it's not something that I typically read a lot of. I like political fantasy. I don't necessarily like a lot of war fantasy, unless there's a lot of politics mixed in with that. A lot of battle scenes. I don't mind some battle scenes, but if a book is mostly battle scenes, my brain it's like bye.
If I remember correctly, I picked this book up. I bought the book when I was getting back into reading and trying to figure out where my fantasy likes laid. Yeah. And I think I just didn't get to it before I figured out exactly where I liked my fantasy to be. And I don't know now that I would want to read it. Because I have it on my Kindle, but I see it and I never am like, oh, I should read this book.
Yeah. So I don't think it's my vibe, to be honest. So I'm hesitant to pick up books that, if I know going into it, it's probably not going to be my vibe. What's the purpose of that? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Also, Ash, I'm so sorry that your mom is healing, but I'm glad that she's out of the hospital. And I'm sending all the healing vibes your way. Walk is going slow. You think I never let this dog outside by the way we keep stopping every 5 feet to smell a tree. Stop and smell the roses. Read Misery twice last year. Such a good one. Finished the white part of the blanket, got one light gray square done, and got to chapter 27. I am vlogging. I'm vlogging. It will be up on Rainy's channel because it's a vlog with all of us together. So it will be on Rainy's channel. I do not know the date of that, but it will be in April at some point. When I know the date and once I know where the video is, I will share it on my community tab. So you will hear my thoughts. Do not worry. Dishonor on your cow. I like it well enough, but the romance parts are a little eye roll worthy. I felt that way too at the beginning. I felt like that I felt that way. But I liked the fantasy a little bit. I really liked I really liked the magic system a lot.
I also think I'm just gonna be real, y'all. In this world that we have of romantasy, I feel like you have to go into every romantasy to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to go into it just knowing that you need to go into it to read it for vibes. Because to be honest with you, every romantasy that I've read since starting my little romantasy journey, there will be aspects of the fantasy that I like. So, like, a good example for me is Serpent in the Wings of Night. Okay, I gave the book originally, I gave it 4.5 or 4.75 stars, but I did like Daughter of No Worlds more. And it was to a point where, like, I felt that Serpents kind of paled in comparison for me. So I ended up lowering my score for Serpents to a 4-star because Daughter of No Worlds for me was like a 4.5, 4.75, right? Yeah. So, but here is the thing with Carissa Broadbent. I do not enjoy the way that she writes her romance scenes.
Yeah, that's fair.
They just don't, first of all, they don't feel super authentic to me. And second of all, they seem very like, they're just very like cringy to me. I'm just kind of like, okay.
Honestly, I don't even remember them because, I've only completed one full Carissa Broadbent novel.
Right.
And
I just feel, I'm not going to give you an example here because vlogs are coming, but I will put in the private chat for you, Brittany, how the way she writes her spicy scenes, what other books they remind me of.
I love it.
Because honestly, because in the other book that I can think of that I'm like comparing it to, the book as a whole is fine. Like I liked the book, but if you'd taken out the sex scenes, and just made it like fade to black or alluded to it or like whatever, because like we know that they're doing the thing, right? I would have been perfectly fine with it. Like I would have enjoyed the book maybe more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I just felt like because it is like a cringe thing, so I just go in expecting that the spicy scenes are going to be cringy, and I'm not going to love them. And then when I do get one where I'm like, oh, this spice was actually written well, I'm like surprised.
Yeah, that's true. This is what I thought, is that it's very action heavy, hack and slash kind of fantasy, and that's just not my vibe. I like political fantasy, not necessarily wartime fantasy, and sometimes people will smush those into being the same type of fantasy, and they are not.
And I'm not a huge.
That's not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not a huge hack and slash kind of fantasy person. I mean, I love some death and destruction, and like I want there to be action, but I want it to be purposeful action.
I will say this is a good comp for that is Malice, because Malice is a political fantasy. Is there a lot of battle scenes and is there a war within this? Yes. But at its heart, it is not a war fantasy. It is a political fantasy. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, and the thing is
And
like
I can see why sometimes people combine them into one, but they're not the same type of fantasy.
And I also want there to be like I want there to be high stakes in all my fantasy.
Exactly.
But I don't need like grave detail into how people are dying.
Well, it depends. It depends. I just don't need long, drawn out war scenes over and over and over and over again. I don't need that, especially if they are very similar in style.
Right.
Because yeah, you're just getting the same thing over and over, right? So anyway, maybe because I also find it repetitive, and we all know I hate repetitiveness. So
I don't.
There could be both things.
I only really can do repetition in. This is gonna sound so stupid when I say it. In romance novels where we are getting more than one POV.
Yeah.
Because usually
I can't do that either.
Even if it is repeated, if it is something that is being repeated because we need the other person's point of view for it, it will not bother me.
See, that is a cardinal sin in books for me. You need to be able to start the story off where you left it. Don't go backward and repeat scenes from I don't require that. You need to give me that information from the timeline where you left it.
Except okay, so you don't read a lot of dark romance, but in dark romance, sometimes you can't.
I feel like you still can.
And the reason I'm saying that is because if what we're getting is a scene where, and I don't mean like in some of the dark romance you have read that I know you've read. I don't mean like as an insult.
No. I wasn't taking it that way.
But like, especially some of the darker stuff that I've read.
Yeah.
It seems like the darker it gets, the more explanation you need sometimes because of the stuff that the bad guy character is doing.
Maybe. I still think, in my personal opinion, and everyone's opinion is different, I still think you can give me the information I need while picking up the timeline where you left it.
To answer the Quicksilver thing, isn't it supposed to be more than 2 books though?
I don't know that answer.
Because I feel like, I don't know where I heard this from, but I feel like I may have heard from somewhere where I don't know. Okay. That it's supposed to be like a trilogy, which since she's been now traditionally published, it makes sense that they would change them before the second book comes out. I'm only saying that because they did the same thing with the Boys of Tommen series.
Yeah, but wasn't this traditionally published, the Quicksilver we have? Like, this isn't her indie cover.
This one is, yeah, but I think that also, I think that they may have done this traditionally published the way that I don't like saying this author, but the way they did Sophie Lark.
What do you mean?
So they did a similar thing with her books because she got all the tattoo covers.
Yes.
Okay, but there are 2 different styles of those tattoo covers.
Yeah.
And they're not like super different, but they're different enough that if you have both or you've seen both, you know which one is like the original traditional and which one is not.
So this is it is more than a duology. Thank you. We were not sure. This is Quicksilver.
Oh, Quicksilver. Okay, I didn't know what the fuck.
This is Quicksilver.
No worries. Yes, the copy of it that I have is, I think, Bramble.
Yeah.
Published. However, I think it was a similar cover.
I just don't like the new
when it was indie covered, when it was indie published, but it would make sense that if they're going to change the covers, that they do it now before her second book comes out.
Agreed. I just don't like the new cover.
They did do that same thing with the Boys of Tommen series, where they went from, which I didn't like the people covers of those anyway. I thought they were ugly as sin. And they really did. It did make them look very YA.
Here's what I wish they were doing is, because these new covers are hardcover, which is great. And I think that's great to have the hardcover options. I think when the paperback comes out, you should give me matching this. But you're
Yeah,
not doing that.
I agree with that because I personally, if
Because
they
the new covers are hardcover, so it's fine
well,
to have a whole
my
new
thing is
you're
if
not gonna
they
match
did
anyway.
that, what I would do is I would just because like I don't really read my sprayed edges books anyway,
Yeah.
even the ones that are like first published or whatever. I do the
Mhm.
audio or I get them off of like Libby or whatever.
Yep.
Um, I would buy both versions because
Me
I
too.
already have the soft cover, and then I would buy the hard covers with the pretty edges as just collectibles.
100%. I would buy the hardcovers and then I would when the, like a year cuz normally paperbacks come out about a year after the hardcover is released. So in
Yeah.
about a year from November, so like next November, give me the matching paperback.
But I will say that I understand why. Okay, her them wanting to have hardback covers.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I have no
In
issue
my
with that.
opinion, if they were also bringing us paperback covers that would still match the originals because we got those ones in paperback, right?
Yes.
I personally don't mind the hardback covers as collectible covers.
I'm fine with the new well, I don't like the new hardback covers, but I'm okay if like that was the hardback style and you're going to keep the
But
paperback in.
also, I don't agree that they could have waited because if she gets too far into the series, then everybody's buying. They did it this way so that we don't have issues like what we've had with Sarah J. Maas,
Yeah.
where people have collected certain covers already, and then they
And then
go
the
change
newer
the
books.
covers halfway through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was a big problem with Throne of Glass was they changed all of the covers. So everybody that was like, oh, well, I'll just like me, who was like, well, I'll just
Yeah.
wait to get the original like Selena style covers with the chick on the front.
Mhm.
We all scrambled to try to get the last stuff that was in stock because we weren't going to get them anymore.
Yeah, no, it makes sense to do it now, but I think it would have made more sense to have those as the new because this never came out in hardback. Like
It would
Quicksilver
have made more sense to say here are single
sprayed
run
edges versions of the
of
hardbacks.
the hardbacks, but you're still getting. But I do wish that we were still getting. I mean, maybe they'll listen and they'll
And not
get it.
obviously I wouldn't expect it to drop at the same time as the hardbacks because that's very commonplace
No.
that the hardback comes out first, the paperback comes out a year later. Like this is not new
And
information. It's
maybe
what
there will be enough people speaking up about saying like, "Hey, we bought Quicksilver as a paperback. Like, could we? Yes, we will also buy. I mean,
we
anyone
will buy
who loves
both.
the series will buy both.
We will buy both
So, like,
gladly.
you could give us two entirely different covers, one that's paperback and one that's hardcover, and we're going to buy them.
I have 3 covers of Icebreaker.
Well, I'm about to have two covers of every Emily McIntyre Never After book because she's bringing them all out in the hardbound, and
Exactly.
they don't come in hardbound.
Yeah, and this
But
is
give me the match, but I still have matching paperbacks for my Emily McIntyre books.
exactly. So, like, I don't know why we can't have both. Why can't we have the sprayed edges hardbacks and then also come out with the matching paperback? And you don't have to do it at the same time. You don't have to do it at the same time. But friends, we have been chatting for a while, so I am going to star us and get us back into a sprint because my dinner is here because I ordered a burrito bowl and it's sitting upstairs, and I'm gonna go get it. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh, that's a different
That
conversation.
makes sense.
That does make sense. There you go. See,
Interesting.
Bree knows the information.
Okay, so this makes sense as to why
And that
we're doing
changes
all these
everything.
things.
Absolutely. Okay, but I am gonna go eat my dinner. So I'll see you all in an hour. Bye. Hello. I ate dinner during that sprint, so I didn't get as much reading done as I would have liked, but I was eating, so need to sustain ourselves. I got to page 375, and the audiobook at my listening speed is going to take an hour and 2 minutes. I'm like, that's a little bit longer than the next sprint, friends. But then I looked and realized, so at the end of this book, there is like a glossary, but like they made it fancy for the book and made like a beginner's guide to terminology and made it fancy. They narrate this at the end of the audiobook. Why? Why? So actually, I should be able to finish in this next sprint because realistically, I'm not going to listen to the glossary narrated, which will save, I don't know how many minutes, but if I don't have too many distractions, I'll probably finish. If I do, I won't. Neva, how'd you do? You're muted, dear.
I made it 71%. I ate a piece of pizza.
Nice.
So I probably will finish in this next sprint.
Look at us. I don't know if I'm going to, because truly that says that'll only save me 7 minutes. So that would mean I would have to get 55 minutes of reading read.
I mean, we'll see. Like, if I read really fast and no one bothers me, then I could probably finish.
That's where I'm at.
But no one will be able to bother me the entire next sprint.
Correct. So that seems unlikely. Like, we're in the exact same boat of like, that seems unlikely. And realistically, if I finish it, I have to do a vlog update also.
Realistically, if I finish it, I too have to do a vlog update.
And the problem being that I will not have time between the end of this and Bones to do a vlog update. So my question is, do I wait to finish it until I have time to do these are
Listen, I've done it, and the thing is, I don't know that I will have time to do a vlog update. Because it's like time for me to spend time with people in my house.
These are true vlogging questions.
And I have to get Ari a little bit more ready for school tomorrow than I usually do on a Friday because they have electronic day. So I have to make sure that her electronic is charged and like ready to go for the morning.
And I also need to send out links for Bones and stuff. I'm not going to get this read in the next sprint. the more I list the things that have to happen in this last sprint, I'm like, there's no way that I do all of these things. Also, because at the beginning of the sprints, you'll understand this. Everyone will, because like 8 hours of sprints is a long time. The first few sprints, I am checked in. I'm like, I'm getting a lot done. I am on top of it.
The further we go, the less checked in I am.
It's not so much that I'm not checked in, but like I take scrolling breaks more often.
Yeah.
I'm more likely to like, if I see Voxer pop up on my phone in the first few sprints, I don't necessarily open it right away. I'm like, no, I'm being productive. I'll answer that in a minute. Now you see a Voxer notification. I'm going to answer that.
I'm like less likely to focus solely on reading.
Exactly.
The further we go.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not less checked in because like I'm still checked into things.
Right.
I'm not like just sitting here like mindlessly scrolling, but I'm less checked into specifically just focusing on reading.
Solid productivity. I'm more able to be swayed with the breeze, with distractions, with things like my phone. Oh, I also posted that TikTok that I filmed like 2 hours ago. Posted that during the sprint. So there you go, friends. Yay. It's on Instagram. It's on TikTok. Go give it some love. But if y'all, this is the nice thing with being here. You like get to see the whole process of the day. It's like, remember when I filmed that a couple hours ago? Now you can see it. We've now circled full circle here, friends.
Right.
Hello, Jen. Hi, Livia. Ate dinner, same, and got to chapter 24. Finished our walk and getting started on dinner. What are you having? Finished my book. Yes, we love to see it. And got 2 loads of laundry folded and put away. 23% into Goddess of the River. On chapter 10 of Namesake. 49% into Witch Spark. And I love it. I love this for you that you are loving your book. Honestly.
Oh, I did also get distracted by that one Christian YouTuber that I watched. She uploaded some shit today.
Oh, The one we were talking about a few weeks ago.
Yeah. She does a lot of
just unsubscribe.
Here's the thing. I'm not actually subscribed to her.
Oh, it just like it recommends it a lot.
I clicked on one video.
That's all it takes.
I clicked on one video and now I get all of her notifications because I'm not actually subscribed to her. I don't interact. I don't even like her stuff. Like when I watch her videos, I don't like or dislike them because that will tell the algorithm that I want more. Like I clicked, and here's the thing. It was a video that she made that was relevant to where I am, like in my personal faith journey, because sometimes I will find just random one-off videos that are relevant to where I am. And I was like, okay. And then I sort of like scrolled, like, because I needed to decide if I was going to subscribe to her. And I went to her page and I just scrolled through really quick and I was like, no, this is not for me. Because a lot of her stuff is like, this is why are these Christians fake, or are these celebrities fake Christians? This undercover religion is in all of these children's movies, right? So it's like that.
Oh, I remember when you told me about that one, and I was like, oh Lord.
It's like fear mongering, right? Yes. And I don't believe, like, as a lover of Jesus, I don't believe in fear mongering my children, like anybody, but like especially not children. Like I'm not going to fear monger you into believing something. It's weird. So this one today was, are these celebrities fake Christians? And she's trying to like say why she doesn't think certain celebrities are Christians, which first of all, last I checked, as Christians, I don't consider myself Christian, but I consider myself a lover of Jesus. Okay. Because modern day Christians are a lot. But okay, but if that's what we're going with, like as Christians, we shouldn't be judging other people anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'm confused.
You're like, I'm already confused.
And she's definitely one of those like Christian, in a second, she's definitely one of those Christian YouTubers that is like, I've been a born again Christian for 4 years and I left OF, if you understand what I'm saying. And I came to YouTube to spread God's word and God guides me in my posting. And I'm like, does he? Are you sure? Come say hi, Ari. What? Why can't I go to Romances early? Like, because you have school, homie. Next week. Because you have school next week. Summer is like this long. Yeah, it's like a month away. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It's terrible.
Ari, come say hi to me.
Come say hi.
How are you?
Good.
Did you have a good day?
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad.
Did you wear long sleeves to school today?
Yeah, I put my
You better have it, bro. It is not warm enough for a tank top. I'm just saying. I mean, in the house it's fine, but like outside, absolutely not. What the hell was that?
I did this.
That was her interpretive dance of her feelings.
Wow.
I understood. I followed. I was here. I got it.
Embarrassing?
No,
it was great. I loved it. You let your feelings show visually, and I approve. Exactly. 60%. Nice, Glenda.
Is this your strength?
No.
Reading a drop of corruption. 50 minutes left in my book. Will I or won't I? We're all in the same space of like, we could finish in the next sprint if we were really.
I will. Here's what I will say. I will finish this book today because I do this sometimes where I'm like, I know that I can finish this book today. I will mark it on Storygraph as being finished.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't want to have to go through and like fix it. So then it will force me to finish it. So I will finish this before I go to bed. It just may not be on this sprint.
I will not be probably unless I finish on these sprints. Because once Bones is over, my brain turns to mush and it does not do anything.
We'll be back in a little bit.
Got home from work before the snow started. It made it to 83%. Nice. I'm glad you got home before the snow started. got to 22%, finished budgeting and started dinner. We're having chicken bacon ranch mac and cheese. That sounds amazing. I want this, like, seriously. This is correct. I am. My Patreon sprints are moving from Monday to Wednesday next week. This is true. They will be staying there. Monday is this is literally how I announced it. I was like, Wednesday's the new Monday. Welcome, friends. There's multiple reasons for this. We now have some activities on Mondays that make it hard to do them on Monday night. So Wednesday is when those will now be. And also when I do Monday daytime, I'm overlapping with Neva. And sometimes I want to come and hang out with Neva. So I was like, oh, you know what? I was moving them anyway, but it was like an aside note to like, I can't be there every Monday because again, activities are happening, but like there will be some Mondays where I'm free and then I can come hang out and we can like do this, but over there, you know?
Yeah. And it's so funny because I feel like 2025 is the reinsurgence of Neva and Brittany sprints.
It really has been. And I'm not mad at it.
I'm living for it. I'm not even because I feel like we were doing sprints on Thursdays together every other week before we started doing the morning show, but then we started doing the morning show. And so now like every Tuesday, I'm like, hey, I'm recording with Brittany today. I can't do anything. This is my work day, is to record with Brittany. And everybody in my house is just like, okay. So like this Tuesday, when I was still laying down at 10 a.m. because we had moved our time, my brother came in and came into the room and was like, hey, aren't you supposed to be recording with Brittany? And I was like, I am, but
typically, yes,
till 1 o'clock. And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, sorry to disturb you. I wasn't asleep. I was just like still laying down.
Yeah.
And, a lot of times
I appreciate him being on top of our scheduling of our recording.
He's like, aren't you supposed to be recording with Brittany? And I was like, we had to move it today to a later time. And he was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. A drop of corruption. I know what this is, but I don't. Can somebody remind me what this is? It's a sequel of something, and I know it.
Yeah, it is a sequel of something. I just don't know.
And as soon as you all tell me what it is, I'll be like, of course that's what it is. Do you know what I mean? But like, can I remember? No. And I'm just scrolling down to see if someone's answered the question.
Oh, it's
the Tainted Cup. That's what it is. That's what it is.
I knew when I looked at it, I was like, I know what this book is because like the covers are really similar.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? We talked about this literally yesterday on Patreon sprints. I did top tier sprints for our readathon yesterday. And Bronwyn was like, oh, the drop of corruption comes out in April. And I'm like, what is this? Like, I literally just had this conversation. That's how fast I forgot about it.
I want to read the Tainted Cup, but I'm afraid I won't like it.
I don't know if I will like it. We will find out, truly. I
think I'm going to try.
Jen, thank you for keeping me updated on Shape of Dragon's Breast. So Jen and I were buddy reading this book, and I DNF'd it. Sad days.
There were less parties and more things back home and some discovery.
It started off so strong, and then it turned really like Regency historical, and they were just going to like balls and filling out her dance card, and the dragons were just in the corner. And I was like, why did we put the dragons? Don't put the dragons in the corner. Like it like actually
like I did not
actually they put the dragons in the corner. And I was like, we have
like, this was not what I signed up for.
Like we have dragons. We have dragons. Can we utilize the dragons? And we forgot it was a fantasy book. Like it felt like we forgot that we were writing a fantasy book, truly. Like what was happening was, and I don't like historical. I think if you liked historical, you might have enjoyed it more than I, but because I don't like historical, and I just was so frustrated that like, and we had dragons on chapter 1, and I was like, oh, we dive right into the dragons. This is great. And I was so excited about that. And then we just like left it to the winds. We just literally, and I mean, like when I say we put the dragons in the corner, we actually put the dragons in the corner. Like we put the dragons in the corner and we didn't utilize them. And the dragons like came to, because they were like the size of like dogs. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Also,
it was very frustrating to me that like we just chucked them in the corner, and I was like, but it's dragons. Like, can we deal with the dragons? You know?
Yeah. I'll let her know Bethany, but also for Rose thing about
Yes.
being able to tell other Christians that they're not Christians. That's true. Like I say all the time that I think that modern day Christians are a new breed. I think that they've lost the plot. That doesn't mean that you're not a Christian.
Correct. Yes, Brie, I know. I'm so excited that we could do that. Got to page 380 and have 86 pages to go. Nice. I don't know what this brand is. I wonder if we have it in Canada. I'll have to look. I'm thinking that we don't if I don't know what it is. Everyone is very excited for the Tainted Cup coming in. Everyone's very excited about this, and I'm very excited for all of you. Literally this. And it made me so sad because I just wanted the dragons. And I was really enjoying, I said this to Jen, I was enjoying the commentary that was there, but if it's a fantasy book with commentary, you can't just lose the fantasy. It has to be both. You can't just leave one to not deal with it. So that made me sad. And I was just like, okay, I'm just going to DNF it because, we're in our DNF era. We're in our DNF era, friends.
It's so funny to me how much we've evolved as readers since meeting each other because Brittany used to love historical. That's first. Second, Brittany used to never know a DNF if her life depended on it. You can tell Brittany it's between like DNFing this book or like I don't know, the worst thing you can think of, and she would not DNF the book, okay? But then Brittany met me, and somehow, I mean, I was never a historical
off on me.
But I did rub off time to DNFing because I was like, "Oh, just DNF it. It's fine." And the thing is it's because our friends like to ask me if they should DNF, and I'm never gonna tell you not to DNF.
No,
I'm never even going to say to you, well, why are you thinking about DNFing it? If you say I'm not liking this book, I think I'm going to DNF, I say cool, so DNF it.
Exactly. Bro, this is disappointing because I just got this book. Don't tell me this. Don't tell me this. This is so sad. But before we get too far off topic, I am going to put us into another sprint because if we're going to get another one in, we have to do it like now. So I'm going to start the comments and get us in. This will be our last sprint, friends, and I will see you in an hour. I am so close to done. It's so close. I'm on the last page, not of the book, but of this chapter, and then I have one more chapter. So I will at least. I feel like I need to finish this tonight, but truly I don't know how I'm gonna make that work with bones and stuff. But like, it feels wrong to not just finish it with so little. But we all know it wouldn't be the first time I've done that with a book either.
Right.
I am perpetually doing this with books all the time. And it doesn't tell you when I'm thinking about it because I've done it with books I've liked and with books I haven't.
Yep.
It gives you no sign.
It gives you nothing.
It tells you nothing.
It is a nothing sandwich, friends. It is a nothing burger. She has given you nothing. You can't even make a conclusion based off what she just said.
No, I know. It drives me even nuts that I do.
I'm like, but are you liking it though?
That I'll just like stop mid-chapter, end of chapter. It
actually gives me so much anxiety. Like,
I know.
Because here's the thing: Brittany doesn't even need to wait for a chapter break.
No,
I even understand, and I've done this where I've like stopped at a chapter break.
No,
okay? I get it. But Brittany will just cold turkey in the middle of a chapter, and I'm like, but there's no chapter break, and she's like, oh no, I stopped on the last two sentences of the last paragraph.
I get to the paragraph at the top of the page. That's where I decide to stop. But I will say I'm going to irritate you even more right now. Are you ready for this?
Oh, I'm going to throw up. Go ahead.
So here's a chapter break that we hit with 1 minute on the timer, and I just kept reading until the next page because that's where the timer ended.
Why did you just stop at the chapter break, Brittany?
Because I could read another paragraph.
Also, friends, don't yell at your friends like this unless you really are besties.
I'm like crying. I'm laughing so hard.
I'm gonna throw up. Because there was a chapter break, but just kidding. I actually kept reading.
Just like 2 paragraphs more because that's all I could get done in
and now I'm just stopped on the last page of
I could read 2 more paragraphs.
We are very different readers. That's all I'm saying. Absolutely the fuck not. Because I will read to a chapter break.
I'm dying.
And then be like, oh, I'm at a chapter break. Cool. I saw 8 minutes of this chapter. I'll stop.
Honestly, if you knew we only had a minute left on this timer and you saw a chapter break, you would just have stopped.
Absolutely. I would not have continued through the chapter break. It's like continuing through a stop sign. Well, I kind of stopped. You know, I slowed down and looked both ways, but I just kind of rolled through.
It's funny to me because I know it irritates her so much, and I'll just stop wherever the timer leads. I just stop, and she knows what is most irritating to her is she knows that I'm about to do bones, and I will not pick this up until tomorrow. That I chose to blow past the chapter break and to not pick up the book until tomorrow. This is.
I called the wrong number.
You're welcome, friends. I'm so sorry.
Relax.
Neva, you know those like bookish trait things, those bookish trait TikToks? You could make one about me. Like when people are like dog-eared pages, I don't do that, but I do this, and it irritates you to no end. How did you do? Because I don't think I know the answer to that question.
I have an hour of this book left, so I will finish it tonight.
Nice. I might. If I didn't have Bones, I'd definitely finish tonight. But with Bones, I just know what happens. I sit down to watch TV and then I lose all
motivation to read.
All motivation walks out the door. Because I've been online for 10 hours at that point, and I'm just like, I'm done. I'm done.
My bio dad called me like right as that sprint started, and so most of the sprint was talking to him. So like I didn't really read very much. But I had read a little bit before he actually like called, and then I checked while I was on the phone with him, and I have about an hour left. So it'll get finished during my night routine tonight. So
yeah, finish your book, Cece. That's awesome. Made it to 34 pages of The Hunger Games and 15 pages of Rapier King. Finished Bone Cross. Lots of people did finish though, even though we didn't. The people did. Started
Good
watching
job.
Grease with my son and finished another square, 39%, and kitted up my diamond painting. Less than 15 minutes left. We'll finish soon. 40% into amendments. It's so good. I'm glad you're having a good time. Thank you. Yes, this is a great point to say thanks for hanging out with us, because I am whipping through these comments at a clip. It's because I need to be at Bones in 8 minutes. So if you're wondering why Brittany's like going at a speed that is faster than all day, that's why. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, though, friends. There are more sprints. Christina's got all the links here in the chat for you because she is fabulous. And what would we do without Christina? I don't know. But before we leave, I see Glenda's comment, and Neva, you should definitely promote your 24-hour sprints tomorrow.
Oh, yes. We have 24-hour sprints tomorrow. Am I behind like every month with getting the graphics up?
Fine.
You bet your bottoms. But they'll be up later tonight. I procrastinated. Okay, as I do. But
as
there
long
will
as
be
it's up before they happen. It's not late.
There will be a playlist that is put up tomorrow before they start. But for anyone who is new to 24-hour sprints in 2025, but may have done them periodically in 2024. Yes, I do have the lineup. Give me 1 second. Then just know, friends, that they start at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern now, because that works better for everyone's schedules. And for the lineup, I will run through that really quick because I have it right here on my computer for you. So it will be me starting, and then after me, starting at 11 p.m., we will have Jess from the Hex Library. At 3 a.m., we will have Paige from Pages with Paige. So we're so excited to have her back. 7 a.m., we will have Julie. At 11 a.m., we will have Amy A, which is
A-Star Reads.
Yeah, Amy from A-Star Reads. So we're super excited to have her back as well. She joined us, I think, once last year, and then wasn't
ping pong, right?
Yeah, for ping pong, and she had so much fun that she asked to come back, so she's back with us. And then, as we usually do, we will have Margaret closing us out at 3 p.m.
It's just right
yes,
now.
Christina, I will send it to you.
Like, it's just supposed to end with Margaret, you know?
Yeah, Margaret is supposed to give me at least 90 days notice if she can't.
Exactly.
So that's our agreement.
33%, nice. Usually won't stop at the end of a sprint, at a break or a chapter, even on my own sprints. But after the sprints, I will go back and keep going. See, this is smart. Here, what happens to me is usually, because if you notice, like usually I will sprint until I have to be off to go do something. So like if I do Patreon sprints because I have to be off and go make dinner or put my son to bed, or this, I have to be off to do bones. So there is no wherever I stop is typically like there is no time to go back to it, if that makes sense, because I like line it up. I line up my sprints to end at a very specific time to like go do another task, if that makes sense.
See, and this is who I am. Okay, I finish a chapter, I look to see how much time is in the sprint. If there is less time in the sprint than what the chapter says, because my Kindle is very intuitive with how fast I can read, then I will say, oh, you know what? For 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is, like if it's a 20-minute chapter, I only got 10 minutes left, I'm just going to set the book down and we're just going to do something else.
You know, I don't do that. I should, but I don't. Well, it doesn't bother me to just put it down wherever I am. As noted by the fact this isn't as bad. Our House of Bane and Blood, this one really irritated Eva, that I put it down in the middle of the chapter for months.
Months, people! Here's the thing. Listen, I only have like an hour and a half of that booklet, but I am stopped at the beginning of a chapter.
Months. And I've done this now with Margaret with Awakened Mange. I lost the audiobook in the middle of a chapter.
And here's what gets me is it's not like she's like, oh, I'll go back to the beginning of the chapter because I don't remember anything. No. She just picks it up where she left off. And I'm like, I absolutely do. Remember what was happening.
I absolutely do. I don't go back and reread it.
In the middle of that spicy scene, you just picked it back up.
Yeah.
In the middle of a fight scene, you just picked it. She's like, oh yeah, it's fine. I'm like,
yeah, it's
fine. Brittany is like chaotic good. She's not chaotic evil, but she's definitely chaotic good.
Anyway, Anyway, friends, I've got to get to Bones. Neva, thanks so much for hanging out with us. If you need more Neva time, which I don't know why you wouldn't, 24-hour sprints tomorrow. Don't forget about it. Make sure you're subscribed. Do all the things. Thank you. See, I love this. I'm not alone. We will stop wherever. I see my people are in the chat. I found them.
See, I'm a person who falls asleep in the middle of the chapter, and then when I wake up in the morning, I start the chapter over.
Oh no.
I do that.
But friends, I do have to go. Thank you so much for hanging out with us this Thursday for 8 hours of sprints. We will be back next Thursday for more sprints because we're here every Thursday. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bye, friends.